Okay, oh, there we go. Can you guys hear me now? Looks like it should be fixed. All right. Sorry about that here this morning, everyone. Not quite sure why that happened. But welcome. Hope you guys are all having a fantastic start to the AM. Welcome to DTR Monday. Slight tech issues here this morning, but should be all sorted here now. So good morning. Introduce yourselves. Hope you guys are all having a fantastic morning. And yeah, let's kind of get after it here a little bit, right? So, Friday we had a fairly indecisive day, pretty much across the board. A lot of kind of dojis, kind of a indication of price action, right? That maybe is, maybe not quite fully trending. So we're looking for basically breakouts or price action to kind of give us some confirmation of some trending kind of enthusiasm here this AM, right? Something like Microsoft is gapping up here quite a bit this morning on a news narrative. So we're certainly going to be probably relying on the leading names here more than the indexes, right? Stuff like an AMD to the downside looks a little bit more appealing than, say, SPY that's opening up in the middle of its range. So we're going to be looking for consistent narratives to basically step in and tell us which way we want to go. And then hopefully we can find a few kind of high conviction names, high conviction plays to kind of take advantage of here this morning. For DTR members, right, this is sort of my last week trading before I'm away next week. So if you guys want to book your one-on-ones, right, you want to chat about something, please take advantage of those opportunities here this week, because next week I'm not going to have any availability. So yeah, that's it. With all that sort of stuff out of the way, right, let's start kind of getting into it a little bit. So SPY, still looking for basically a trend line breakout here, right? We need to get up and over, say, that 415 area. We'll call it 416 here this morning. If we can get that kind of zone, right, then we have a little bit of follow through towards that points of contact, right, on this trend line. But doji, decreasing volume, and then kind of the nothing gap. We're being told that we need to figure out what we want to do inside this range. So we're looking for either a clear kind of breakout play, right, or a clear rejection of this trend line. And right now we don't have an indication of which way price action is leaning, right? So we're going to call this doji bearish, right? Plus decreasing vol, plus nothing gap. So we'll call this a weak 1 out of 3, right, to the downside. So what we're looking for is basically a trend to step in, like we said. So we're looking for a high vol breakout above 416, or a high vol breakdown, right? Maybe a fake out above 416 and then breakdown, but we need to see volume step in. Right, over 416, right? Now we're at what, 412.60 pre-market. So we're gapping up like 15 cents, right? Nothing to really write home about. I'm not sure how much to really map out here, right? Okay, we've got towards that 420, nice, right? Which is kind of that shelf. And then, seems like kind of that maybe next area of resistance, like 425. So I'll just fill that in towards there. 421, 422. Right, and then to the downside, we're basically looking for a high vol rejection, maybe like an MA cross lower, some sort of indication, right, that the trend has flipped, and then we can look to break down. So I'm going to say MA cross on big vol, or fake out higher, plus reversal, can be bearish, right? Am I going to chase it under 410? I'm not sure. That's really the narrative I'm quite falling in love with here. I would probably need to see a little bit more information before I'm really willing to kind of do that, right? Maybe have a bit of a trend line here as well. So I'd like to see maybe a breakdown eventually under like that 407 zone if I'm going to be bearish. That would probably be the area, right? So kind of lose that trend line, and then we can kind of break down, okay, maybe towards like that 404 zone. So that's for me a little bit of like a secondary play, right? Where I'm more interested on the MA cross to the downside on the old spider. And then if I can get like maybe I don't know, really high conviction, really high volume, lose that trend line, that could be maybe like the continuation move. But middle of the range, indecisive price action here. I'm kind of assuming indecision until proven otherwise on the old SPY. Okay, QQQ, a little bit of a more optimistic narrative, right? Higher high, higher low, increasing volume. Okay, green candle. So not necessarily the best story in the world. We're gapping down here a little bit, but we have some signs of maybe relative bullish strength. At this point, right, we looks like we need to clear out above this 322 barrier, right? It basically break out from this flag. So I'm kind of looking for that resolution here. Instead of being hyper aggressive trading anything. Maybe alternatively, right, we could look for dip buys basically inside this range as underneath, right, inside this zone here. This is all, we're just getting evidence of mostly just buyers stepping in and defending, right? So this seems to be a zone essentially where we're finding a lot of dip buyers, or we're finding more bullish evidence than bearish evidence. Hey, good morning, Jonathan. And so I'm looking for basically a continuation narrative of that, right? Either dip buyers or breakouts. And then to the downside, I would need to break down under like that 312.50. So we're going to call it 2 out of 3, right? To the upside. I'm not going to call out these candles. We're going to talk about a bit more about the zones here, right? 2 out of 3 to the upside. And then we'll call it either bull flag breakout, or, right, high vol dip buy. Only bearish if we lose the trend line, right? So that's invalidating the flag, right? That's under 312.50. So the bear case, a little bit more challenging here today. To the upside, looking for a breakout through that 322, or like I said, inside that sort of green box area, right? Still want to see bigger vol than what I saw yesterday. I think that's fine, or what I saw on Friday. If I can continue to get an increasing volume profile, that's just going to keep building conviction for me here this AM. So 322, right? If I can get a breakout up and over, that's interesting. And then we've got it mapped out towards 327, which is kind of like that August high, right? So then maybe we can go up towards like that 330 zone, which is sort of this next Thursday 11, right? August high. So we can kind of creep up towards that area. Feels like plenty of space higher. So I'll just fill this in 328, 329, 330. And I don't really have any concerns. Dollar along the way, right? These are pretty tight moves. Maybe fill in right up and over. We can kind of get a bit of follow through. To the downside, same thing, right? Okay, we got maybe a little bit of space towards like that 305 barrier, right? Kind of the low here. And if we can get that action, awesome. If not, okay, no big deal. I'm not going to force a move. But I think my bias here is bullish more than bearish. And if I'm going to be bearish, hopefully I can find a kind of other leading names that I can just watch the indexes kind of fade, and then look to play kind of more relative strength setups here to the downside. Okay, Apple, higher high, higher low. Hey, good morning, T Crone. Higher high, higher low, decreasing volume. Not a super strong looking candle, right? If that's an arrow, right, that arrow is pointing down, even though that arrow is green. So I wouldn't say this is necessarily a ton of conviction here this AM yet. And 167, clearly an area of resistance. It's a little bit of a fake out. Now, I wonder if the Microsoft news is going to be basically a catalyst for money to just flow into the tech leading names here. And if that's the case, right, then Apple looks like a spot where, you know, it could potentially break out. Yeah, I mean, look, we have a bit of a trend line here as well, right? I mean, I'm starting to draw a lot of lines here where it's starting to look like a tin house. But I mean, if I can get a breakout of this channel high above that 167, certainly feels like there's maybe space at least towards that 170 barrier. And then if I can get kind of trend line breakout or kind of big follow through that zone, that becomes interesting. And then because we're almost at a little bit of a point of confluence here on Apple, right? Week 2 out of 3 here to the upside, that arrow pointing down, you know, in a spot where we've seen a rejection and fade here before. Maybe we can kind of use that as a area where we can look for breakdown. So Apple's kind of giving us maybe a multiple setup angle here, right? We're going to call that least bullish candle, plus decreasing vol plus gap up, right? So week 2 out of 3 to the upside. Oh, can't type at all. Week 2 out of 3 to the upside, right? And then this is really a narrative where I can look for, yeah, breakouts or, you know, high conviction trend reversals, right? So we're going to call this either a breakout over channel breakout on vol. On volume, right? And that's above 167. And then we got 168. We said 170, right? And then above 170, we need trend line breakout, right? Need that trend line breakout. So almost to the upside. It almost feels like there's a little bit more resistance in the way here. Okay, we can get to like 171, 174 pretty easily. In theory, right, if that volume steps in, indexes want to cooperate, but this feels like a little bit of a spot where Apple might want to get stuck, right? So we're going to call it like at a point of bearish confluence. Hey, good morning, Jay. So at a point of bearish confluence, right? And then we want to see either high vol 170 area rejection, or right, maybe we could do like a BB reversal or MA cross on vol, right? So we do have a lot of potential here. If, you know, Apple wants to reject, kind of fake out higher and then break down, and Microsoft wants to cooperate and indexes are selling off, that feels like a pretty, like all the leading names kind of syncing up and telling us that same story, right? That would make me feel like I've got a little bit of conviction or a bit of opportunity for downside follow through. So I'm interested, but want to be a little bit patient here. And then to the downside, trend price action, fine, right? And we can look for a breakdown under that 159.25, but that feels so far away here today. That's a little bit maybe of a, yeah, like I don't think I'm going to get that kind of trend breakdown. I'm more looking to see if I can get like a, how do you want to call it, like range bound breakdown almost, right? Or like this long-term trend line breakdown. So not hyper aggressive here on this Apple, and let's see how it wants to shape up. Okay, Tesla inside bar there on Friday, right? Decreasing volume, doji, fine. I like these inside bar kind of consolidation moves. Hey, good morning, Jason. Where this feels like a, you know, if we can break out on some volume above 187, we've got a path towards that 190 here pretty quickly. So back-to-back inside bars, actually, right? If we're looking at this, technically back-to-back inside bars. So we're expecting some volatility here on this Tesla. Now, a couple things we can look at, right? High vol trend line breakdown, right? Pretty decent volume there. This could be like an inside bar fake out, right? Sell off inside this range, right? Inside that 190, and then, you know, push back down towards sort of that 180 barrier. Or we can invalidate this, right, and kind of break out higher. The volume that we see on this inside bar breakout is going to be basically the determining factor here, right? Where we can look for opportunities to basically look for rejections or look for breakdowns on this fake out. So we're pretty open. I think I'm a little bit like bi-curious here for the same setup trigger, right? I'm willing to look for breakouts, willing to look for reversals. I'm willing to play things kind of both ways to a certain extent. Right, so we're still going to call it inside bar. We're going to call it a 2x inside bar here now, right? So inside bar and an inside bar, right? It definitely tells me you're looking for a breakout. 2x inside bar. Yeah, absolutely, Jason. Plus doji, right? That's fine. Plus decreasing vol. Plus gap up. So on an inside bar, right, we're looking for consolidation breakout, right? So, okay, bull case starts above 187. We need to see increasing vol. Hey, good morning, Dayon. Okay. All right, so want to see increasing vol on any breakout. That 187 continues to be the narrative. And then I can get that inside bar fake out basically inside this range. I mean, this is an area where we've seen basically resistance step in before, right? Now turning into a little bit of a point of confluence as well, because you have that trend line resistance and we're selling into an area, we're buying into an area where we've seen sellers step in and defend before. So if I see high volume sellers plus rejection candle inside this range, or kind of like a volume divergence breakout, right, where we're making higher highs on decreasing volume, there's going to be an opportunity, I think, for me to look for reversals here. So yeah, if I can get inside bar fake out, right, on big vol, or like a vol, or higher highs, call it, yeah, higher highs on decreasing vol, can then look for reversal. We'll call it Friday's range. Right, and then that has room back down towards sort of like that 180 mark. If we lose that 180 and then we start to break down, awesome, we've got those sort of levels mapped out already, but I don't need to be hyper aggressive here. And then because it's an inside bar and an inside bar, right, our levels to the upside haven't really changed, but this is gonna be more of a, let's see which way the market's going, right, and then let's see where the opening volume steps in on Tesla, and just see if we can, what's the easiest narrative for us to fall in love with, right? The more kind of conviction, the more kind of consistency we can kind of get in that story, easier it is for me to have a little bit of joy out here this morning. Okay, Microsoft, right? This is gapping up on news. News narrative here was that Samsung was looking to replace Google as their default search engine with Bing. I believe it's after like the Chat GBT kind of addition, right, to the Bing. And that apparently is a $3 billion contract, or at least a $3 billion loss in revenue for Google. We'll see if that sort of how that translates here this AM. What that's looking like, though, is that we're having an opportunity to basically break out of this 2-week consolidation this morning here, right? So we have an opportunity, okay, a little bit of a wedge breakout, had the breakout higher, and then sort of been stuck inside this range on consistently decreasing volume. So can we break out above these highs, right, that 290-250 area on an increasing volume standard with a little bit of enthusiasm, right? So 290-250. We want to see basically bigger volume than what we've seen inside that consolidation. That's what we're looking for to basically call it a breakout, right? So can the news narrative bring enough vol? Right, that's the question I'm asking myself here. Right, so looking for just a breakout from this, call it April price action, right? So this is our consolidation range. Make that kind of gray, right? So we're looking for a breakout up and over 290-250. Want to see bigger vol than we've seen in a while. And then we're looking for a breakout above 290-250. And then we're looking pretty far to our left here. We have a bit of a gap to fill towards that 297. Couple stops along the way, right? We'll call it 294, 295, 297. So we go 294, 295. Gap fill towards 297. We'll take a look at Google when we're done all of our other names here. Right, so we have that gap fill towards 297, and then there's the path towards 300, and I would say that'd probably be sort of what I'm targeting here today. So then we'll go like 298, 299, 300, right? And that's plenty of space. That's $9 mapped out from where we're currently at. So certainly seems like there could be an opportunity there. To the downside, I would need to see. No, I don't know if I have a bear case here. Maybe you could do like, no, that's not true. I do have a bear case. You could do like a really high vol BB reversal, right? Where basically this consolidation could act as like basically a magnet, and see if price action can kind of pull back in towards that magnet, right? So high vol BB reversal, we're going to be gapping up above our sort of upper Bollinger Band range, right? Even on the longer time frames. So can I basically get a move back up towards, sorry, back down towards, you know, top line, midline, bottom line, right? Those are going to be pretty expanded here at market open. So maybe there's an opportunity where we can look for that sort of gap and fade. But I want to see a consolidation breakout. That gives me the biggest opportunity to kind of have a tradable range here for the next 3, 4, 5 days. I'd love to get a little bit of clean price action before I disappear on holiday. Okay, AMD, right? This is one narrative that we have to the downside here, right? So we're still kind of toying with this trend line breakdown, and we're getting an opportunity to kind of push this thing lower here potentially. So if indexes want to chase and we're not getting those like fake out looks, right? This is potentially giving us that opportunity for sort of that trending breakdown here this morning, right? So we'll still call it a lower low, lower high on decreasing volume. A little bit of a doji here, right? I would say, but pretty significant gap down and showing me relative weakness here to the downside, or relative strength to the downside. So looking for wedge breakdown continuation, right? Plus doji. It doesn't kill the move, but it's not great, right? Plus decreasing vol, plus gap down. It's a big gap down compared to all these other names. So we're going to call this a weak 2 out of 3. Now it's going to give me a little bit of flexibility on what I can do, right? Because now I have a little bit of a narrative, right? I've got bulls that might step in and want to defend, right? High volume bulls. This is bigger volume than anything I've seen for like a month, right? So maybe I can play like a high vol BB reversal inside this area, right? Or if I can get, you know, really impressive volume standard plus index cooperation, right? Maybe I can get basically just like that trending price action, right? Through that 89 zone. I should almost have to wait for that 89 to break, I think. If I'm going to say that this is high volume bulls, let's invalidate that price action, right? Which is the $89 area. And then it's easy for me to say, okay, we've actually taken out the bullish momentum. Now let's see if we can break this down. So I'm going to say high vol BB reversal, right? Inside green box. And then maybe this is like a laggard name too, right? If, you know, indexes are kind of in the middle or upper end of their ranges, and then, you know, an AMD is, you know, kind of in the lower range. If indexes are even going to just move a little bit, that could act as like, I already used that magnet phrase a little bit, but could act as like a magnet for some of the smaller names and kind of pull them up here this morning. So I think that, you know, BB reversal is interesting. And then if I can get a high vol breakdown under 89, that becomes interesting, right? So we'll just do under, and then we're going to say $89, right? So we need to invalidate this bullish momentum. And then we've got this mapped out, okay, to 86, 85, 84. And I'd say we can get this down towards that $80 mark, just $1 along the way. So 84, 83, 82, 81, 80, right? So plenty of space there, but need to see that volume, right? That's going to be the missing piece here. That's the narrative I need to fall in love with. And if I don't see that volume, tough for me to expect anything really kind of exciting. Okay, NVIDIA. Looks like a little bit of a fake out there, right, on Friday. Increasing volume, gap down, right, middle of its range. I wouldn't say this is super strong here, but now maybe, you know, being a little bit of a defense, right? We've seen dip buyers from 263 to 260. Well, we saw them again, right, on Friday. So that thesis kind of played out. So maybe there's a couple things there. Now, I wouldn't say this is very decisive price action, but we do have something we can do here. So we'll call this, okay, 269. Nice. Maybe we can look for breakouts. So we'll call this second most bullish plus increasing vol. Not great vol, but still increasing, and then gap down. So 2 out of 3 here to the upside. I don't know if I really have a bear case on this NVIDIA. I'm bouncing around a little bit here, but I don't think I have a particular bear case here. So let's go NA to the downside. And then to the upside, right? Either like a fake out inside. So fake out under Friday's lows. Right, or basically breakout above 269, right? Nice. And then we go like 270, 271, and then kind of like 275, 276, 278. So I can fill that in pretty quick. 270, 271, 272, 273, 274, 275, 276, 277, 278. Just filling in a dollar along the way, right? And then to the downside, like I said, I don't feel like I really have a narrative there. So it's, I think, best case scenario, I maybe have more bullish setups on these semi names, right, on AMD and Nvidia than I do bearish setups. But I have a narrative. I can play this both ways. I do want to be a little bit patient here, basically just see if I can get that sort of conviction, high conviction look. Then if I can, okay, happy days, right? We can get a little bit of follow through. If not, I'm not going to force a decision here. Certainly not going to overtrade. I'm just going to want to wait to see how kind of perfect things are here this morning. Okay, Meta breaking out through this pattern, higher high, higher low, decreasing volume, normal body bullish. I mean, looks like it still needs to break out or lose the trend, right? I don't think too much has changed here either. So it needs to break out. Hey, JJ, I'm doing well, man. How you doing? Good to see you. Needs to break out on volume or lose the trend line. So trend line we can now call maybe like 215. So, okay, still looking for that 222. That hasn't changed. All right, and then to the downside, I still want to see that mega vol. And then we're looking for a move under 215 this time. Nice. Yeah, I mean, I'm live every day for members, but starting to do the DTR Mondays again. So, yeah, hopefully you can tune in all the time. It'd be fun to see you. Under 215, right? We got a little bit of space. Okay, we got like 213 here. Next point of contact. Then we go like 210, 207, 205. So I can go like 213, 211, 210, 209, 207, 206, 205. Then that feels like a ton of space mapped out on this. But I don't want to be hyper aggressive on Meta, right? Because it's got to break down under that 215, and I need to see that basically market cooperation here this morning. If I can't get that, no worries. I'm not going to force it too aggressively. But let's see how this thing wants to cooperate. See if I can get that breakdown, and then hopefully can kind of get that story. It just seems to want to slowly keep grinding up inside this pattern. Either going to break out or break down. Maybe it's going to just keep grinding until it's earnings, right? And that's in a few days. So maybe I need to be a little bit patient, but let's see how this thing can kind of shape up here this morning. One name to go here, right? So if anyone has any pre-market names that they want to go over, any kind of, prep they want to go over, please let me know. Drop your kind of tickers down in the comments below, and we'll make sure to kind of go over them here, go over your kind of setups here in a second. Okay. Amazon, right? Looking like it wants to continually break out above this range. Right now looking for a breakout above this sort of 104 barrier. I think next point of contact right on this trend line. So it needs to break out. Oh, whoops. All right, so it needs to break out on volume. And then maybe this is a good spot for a fake out too, right? Not a huge volume standard. So we have maybe a few opportunities that we could take advantage of. And then we can call this like high vol, BB reversal, or trend line rejection plus index cooperation. So interesting, right? If we can get that breakout on volume, sweet. If not, let it hang out inside this range. And then maybe we've got space back down towards like the $100 barrier. And then if we lose $100, then we can get maybe like a little bit of a flush from there. But interesting to see, interested to see if we can get nice follow through. And then we had a request for Google earlier. Anyone, did you guys care which one? Goog. Right, so it looks like a bit of a maybe double top rejection here, right, on decreasing volume, big gap down on a news narrative, right? Definitely seems like a spot where you could look for a bit of an overreaction. I'd be a bit careful here, right? I think we've seen a little bit of evidence. This range, right, essentially not necessarily being very kind to buyers or sellers. You have maybe a little bit of indecision inside this area. So if you can get basically a, I don't know, maybe like a pullback and then reject, that could certainly be interesting. But you also want to see how price action reacts to that news. Like $4 gap down, 4% gap down is pretty significant. So certainly could be interesting as sort of like a BB reversal play, right, on a technical level. But basically see how much volume steps in off that open. If that 105 can get kind of defended with some conviction, and then yeah, you got space. I'd say at the very least, right, kind of up towards the upper end of that box, so like that 107 area, and then maybe that 108. But use your Bollinger Bands as kind of a indication of what realistic price action could be, right? So yeah, 108 I think probably be your initial target, and then maybe like that 109 zone ultimately. But yeah, I think I'd rather maybe play Microsoft to the breakout here if that's the easier play, because it's been consolidating for a little bit longer. So it feels like the pop here might be a little bit of a bigger payout than what we're seeing on Google. But we'll cross the bridge when we get to it. Google's not one of those names that trade particularly often either. So we'll see how that kind of shapes up. But interested to see where that morning momentum steps in here this AM. And certainly hopeful that I can get at least a little bit of some bullish price action to take advantage of. And then once I can get that, well, maybe we can get a little bit of some, high conviction looks or a little bit of some clean price action to take advantage of. We have about 4 minutes here till market open. I'm going to go make myself a quick cup of coffee, spend a minute or two here sort of visualizing a successful trading day. And then if you have any questions, anything you want to go over, or anything you want to ask, please use the chat to ask those questions here today. It is DTR Monday, so the more you can ask me, the more we can kind of, have a little bit of joy for. And then we can hopefully have ourselves, a really strong session and a really strong morning this AM. So I'll be back at it again in a minute or two, and we'll see how the market wants to behave here this morning. All right, so let's do a quick little rundown here right before the session starts. Indecisive price action on Friday, right, tells me that I need to wait for trending price action to step in here today. So base assumption is indecisive or kind of inconsistent price action until proven otherwise. Now, there are a few leading names here that are looking like they want to give me a little bit of joy. I love the look of Microsoft this morning. I like the look of Tesla. I actually even like the look of kind of this NVIDIA here, this AM too. And so if these leading names want to give me a bit of enthusiasm, they want to kind of pop off here a bit this morning, they want to show me that volume profile that I want to see, then I have an opportunity to hopefully have a pretty successful trading session. I'm not going to force anything. I'm not going to overtrade, right? I'm just going to focus on the variables that I can control. And I'm going to wait for price action to be absolutely perfect before I force any decisions here this AM. Because on these leading names, we do have some pretty significant gap ups. We do have some pretty significant price action. We have setups in either direction. But like I said, with that indecisive price action, we need to make sure that the volume is stepping in and actually telling me a narrative of trending price action. So strong open here so far on Tesla, right? Maybe if this thing can get over that 187, should trigger that alert here in a second, right? If we can get that 187 breakout, right, on that volume, maybe there's that narrative we can fall in love with. Right, Microsoft, we got a little bit of work to do, but it's creeping up towards that 290, 250. Right, NVIDIA right away, kind of finding a little bit of support inside previous day's range. I'm just looking to see, right, what this narrative is going to be established as. Indecision on the indexes, right, because we're opening up in the middle of the range after an indecisive day. So that's our base expectation until proven otherwise. And I'm going to wait and be patient until I get it. But because we have those gap ups, right, because we have some of those overreaction moves here this morning, we can look for BB reversals, right, gap and fade type situations. We can look for gap and go situations on like that Google, like some of you guys like to trade. So, you know, we're going to basically wait and see where that perfect momentum is, where that breakout steps in, where that sort of enthusiastic price action is, or where that sort of volume is, and then hopefully find that winning play. So let's have ourselves a really strong day, right? Welcome to DTR Monday. Absolutely crush it, start the week off really well, and hopefully we can have a really strong session. If you guys have any questions, right, please use the chat. I just ask that you subscribe to the channel. It's subscriber only mode on the questions, because otherwise the chat just gets filtered or spammed with bots, and just becomes a pain in the ass. I can't see what anyone's asking. So this is sort of the only way I've found that kind of prevents that from happening. So yeah, please subscribe to the channel and maybe help me get to 1,000 subs. That'd be pretty fun. But otherwise, yeah, please ask questions, introduce yourselves. Let's get kind of involved. Let's have ourselves a really fun session, and hopefully we can absolutely crush it out here this morning. Tesla, right, maybe now setting up for that inside bar fake out. We're going to get that increasing volume standard. Would like to see bigger volume than what I saw yesterday. We're on a good pace. 2.5 minutes to go on this opening candle, but could be a little bit of an opportunity. Apple, same thing, right? Maybe we have a bit of an opportunity, but want to see bigger vol than what I saw Friday. We're close. So let's see basically where that momentum steps in. But maybe not the most decisive of opens here so far, right? Doji on the opening, 5 minute, only 2 minutes to go. So nothing really to force here yet. Had Tesla triggered to the upside, right? We've had that alert go off. So really waiting to see if I can get confirmation here. We don't get that 5 minute confirmation to the upside, right, where it looks like candle 1, 2, or 3 on increasing volume, then I can possibly look for rejections as long as it looks like candle 1, 2, or 3 to the downside, right? I have narratives in both directions. Just waiting to see where that volume profile steps in and what kind of conviction I have to look for. If I don't get it, no big deal, right? I'm not going to force a decision. I'm not going to overtrade. That's not my style. So I'd rather be patient and at least scratch on the day than early in red. That's no fun either. So for now, guys, on hands, don't have a setup trigger yet, or at least don't have a confirmation of a setup trigger here yet. So I'm going to wait until things are perfect, and then hopefully we can get that perfect look. AMD can go green. This could be the spot for like that BB reversal. Right, kind of overreaction, bigger volume than what we've seen in a while. So maybe there's a little bit of a spot here. If it doesn't happen on the 5, could come together on the 10. QQQ giving us more bullish than bearish, I would say. So I'm going to be watching Tesla here last 40 seconds and watching AMD. I think both of those look interesting enough. Not great volume from Amazon. Not a good enough candle. Not a good enough candle from Tesla. So we'll wait for this AMD on the 10-min, right? Microsoft with good volume pace, but needs to get over that 292.50. So yeah, Google inside that green box, right? Looking decent. So AMD, right? You know, our stop loss would have to be 89.34, so call it like 89.20. Profit target would be like 91. All right, so here's your stop loss. Here's your profit target. Right, midline on the Bollinger Band. So you got to work backwards to find your ideal entry zone. Just get rid of this box for a sec. Right, so as is risking about $1.20 to make 90 cents, right? Not good enough. You need to see this thing once this candle closes, right? You need to see a pullback, maybe towards like here, right? All of a sudden you're risking 60, 70 cents, right? For $1.40. It's a little bit better. You get even a bigger pullback. Now you're risking, right, like 50 cents, right, for $1, right? $1.50. There's 40 cents, right, for $1.60. That's much better risk reward. So that'd be kind of how I want to map this thing out, or how I want to play this thing out. Tesla making higher highs here. Let's see if they can sustain. Yeah, because you want to get a fill. You want to get a fill, right? Market order, just want to get a fill. Most of the time, Rusty, when I'm doing or when I'm trading on this sort of, you know, evaluation account or funded account, whatever you want to call it, I'm trading with market orders. I'm just market ordering myself in, and I'm trying to buy on the down tick if I'm bullish, up tick if I'm bearish, and that keeps the slippage pretty minimal. But I'll still be, you know, down 10 cents from where I think I am sometimes. Pretty common. Nvidia strong, but I'm not sure if the name I'm most in love with. Let's watch AMD. Let's watch Tesla. Both of these are on watch. Tesla, right? Stop loss. Have to be like that 185.50-ish. Right? And then our profit target, we're at 187. We're at 188. So we'll call it like 189 target. All right, so we need a decent pullback here as well. 5 seconds. Okay, let's focus on Tesla. That's interesting, right? Tesla can get under like 186.50. That gets interesting for sure. If I just chase it here, right? I don't have a logical area for a stop loss. Okay, no trade. Oh, it's annoying when it doesn't want to pull back. So wait on these on the 15, right? Wait on these on the 15. So still waiting here, right? Nothing has changed. Still watching Tesla and AMD. You can give me the right looks. Well, no setup trigger here yet, Brad. No setup trigger. I need to get over that 292.50 if I'm going to be looking for a breakout trade. Otherwise, I'm arguing it's stuck inside that consolidation. Right, so maybe the narrative starts to become that this is a rejection here, right? Apple starting to break down, right? QQQ maybe starting to break down, right? Maybe Microsoft is starting to reject at the upper end of its range. Good volume, too, for a rejection. Tesla starting to reject. Apple's pushing lower lows. Not super decisive price action yet. Nvidia, AMD looking strong still. Microsoft to the downside, potentially catching my eye, though. A lot of space here on this gap too, right? And Brad, I just want to be very clear, right? This isn't a move where I'm like trying to fade you or something like that. Nothing along those lines, right? Just no startup trigger to the upside, rejecting in an area where we've seen basically rejections here before, right? Upper end of this range, we've not seen price breakout. So can that consolidation basically act as a magnet, right? That's what we're asking ourselves. You can see a decent pullback here still. Because it can't chase, right? AMD and NVIDIA finished super strong. Okay, Apple's kind of getting crushed here a little bit, right? Kind of a bit of a overreaction. Microsoft breaking down. No pullback, though. This NVIDIA is kind of catching my eye to the upside. MA cross here on the 15-minute time frame on volume. You have space higher, and you're kind of getting that overreaction flush here now. All right, so stop loss would have to be like that 264.27 target. We need to see a bit more of a pullback here still, right? Because you're risking 225 to make 225. I think an entry inside this range, right? That green box, that becomes a little bit interesting. Stop loss would have to be at 264. Only reason I don't like AMD here, right, is it made that higher high already, right? I hate to see the fake out first and then go right into my pullback zone. That always feels a little bit sketchy. Right, like that doesn't look great, right? And then we'd be targeting 269 here, right? Nice. Bit of a fake out now. Still requiring quite a bit of patience here. 10-minute inside bar, right? So we still have that inside bar fake out entry that could be in play here. Still want to see that pullback, right? Still want to see a big pullback here. So I have to be patient, right? I gotta wait exactly for my entry zone. Everything else here is a compromise, right? I want to buy that expectation where, you know, if I take that trade 1,000 times, I'm going to be profitable on that decision. Entering here in the middle of this range, okay, maybe I hit that 269, maybe I don't. Becomes basically a coin flip, right? So how can I justify flipping that coin? Can justify flipping that coin by getting a 3-to-1 risk reward ratio, or sorry, 1-to-3 risk reward ratio, 1-to-4 risk reward ratio. We're on like a 50-50 outcome. If I'm correct, I make 4x what I risk, then that's an equation where I have a positive expectation of being profitable, right? That's kind of how I'm trying to think about my entries here, right? That's why I'm so kind of focused on that risk reward zone, because it gives me a little bit of context on hey, I can survive this if I do this 1,000 times, right? I'm buying myself margin for error, essentially. And we haven't really missed on any follow through either. So, you know, that initial morning thesis of indecision until proven otherwise, well, I feel like we're still kind of seeing that here a little bit. About a buck away from in the entry zone. So continuing to watch here. Okay, watching Meta here, right? Or sorry, Nvidia here. Microsoft, yeah, flush through. Okay, nothing to chase. Kind of a gross open, right? Feels that way a little bit. Yeah, very much so. We're getting there on this NVIDIA here, potentially. And then, guys, remember, right? Just because it then touches that green box doesn't mean that's my instant entry trigger, right? I still want to see the correct reaction inside that zone. I want to see basically price bounce like a tennis ball inside there, right? So you get like an overreaction flush, see buyers step in, right? See what sort of level buyers are defending, and then look to buy that level. Right, maybe that means we have to wait for these 30-minute closes to happen to get that flush. That's fine if that's the case. It can't be hyper aggressive yet. There's no trending price action for me to take advantage. Tesla maybe is the best looking of everything, right? 30 min giving us decent pop. Probably want to see more volume though, right? I'm not seeing increasing volume based on the previous Friday close, and Friday was a pretty thin volume day, right? So if Tesla isn't actually giving me bigger volume than what I saw on Friday at this open, I can kind of like scale that out a little bit, right? And sort of assume to a certain extent that it's not going to give me bigger volume rest of the day, right? So I need to be a little bit hesitant with the signal that it's giving me, because it's not necessarily showing me the mega sign of strength, right, that I was expecting. It's not giving me that increasing volume standard yet. So it requires a little bit of patience here. And honestly, that's a good reminder of why I write this thing out, right? Write out all my plans here on my chart. It's easier for me to ignore, okay, oh, I see increasing volume on the 5 min, but I want to see increasing volume. If my confirmation here is on the 30, and I'm not seeing that standard, right? I'm protecting myself from myself, right? I'm not giving myself a chance to compromise. So I still got 2 minutes. There's still a chance you can give me that look, very much so. But I just can't be the first one to compromise here, right? Not for me. Close. It's gonna be real close. Have I invalidated this 10 min setup yet? I don't think so on this NVIDIA. Even on the 15 hasn't really invalidated. Haven't made that higher high, right? This is still an inside bar. Still looks like weak bears, right? So I think this is the best look. I just need enough of a pullback. I don't know if I'm going to get one here. Right, and the reason my stop loss has to be like that 264.27 zone, give or take, right? Maybe push this up a few pennies. But if I put my stop loss, I don't know, like 266.30, my idea can still be correct, right? And you know, I could get stopped out, and that's like the worst feeling in the world. So we had manufacturing, housing, or Empire State home builder confidence. There we go. Drop. Ah. So I never got to pull back, right? At best, I'm risking $1.70 to make $3, right? So the risk reward ratio towards that 269 never makes sense, right? So if I chase this play, I don't have a positive expectation of making money on that decision. So I gotta stay away. Starting to feel like these are moves maybe should look to fade. Buy keeps kind of rejecting at this trend line. Right? Can't seem to really break out over. Can't really seem to break down under. Hey, good morning, Judson. How you doing? Tesla volume might end up being biggest volume of the day. This could set up. It feels more like a rejection than a breakout at the moment. Okay, Apple trying to push lower lows. Yeah, I'm doing well, man. Doing well. Thank you for asking. Tesla starting to look like it may be a possible rejection here, right? On biggest volume of the day. This is definitely interesting. So stop loss would have to be 189.77. Target would be low of day. Right. So I'm just kind of bullshitting here right now, just mapping up my zones, right? Okay, so that's a reasonable risk reward profile, right? I'm risking 90 cents to make $1. So I'm not going to touch that. That's fine. Be looking for a pullback within that sort of 189 area. Okay, so see if we can get pullback, right? Up and towards this 189, 50 cents away. I've been looking for a move to the downside here, right? Clean rejection, biggest volume bar of the day by a lot. I'm interested in this for sure, but I need to see that correct pullback here, right? And we're targeting low of day. And a stop loss would be 190. Wait, we can get this on the 10 potentially. So good volume here again on Tesla, right? Really good volume. Still gonna watch, right? Same, nothing's really changed here, right? Same stop loss, same entry location, same profit target, right? Ends up being pretty much the midline here on the Bollinger Band anyway, so textbook. So just waiting, right? Wait for it to be perfect, no compromises. I could have chased, right? I could have made a few bucks for sure. But if I chase this trade, right, I don't have a positive expectation of making money on this doing 1,000 times, right? So I need that insurance, right? I need that fake out insurance. If I enter here, right, I'm risking $1.70 to make 250, right? So risk reward ratio just does not sync up. That's why I need that pullback, right? I need the math to justify my entry logic, right? Like poker players talk about a lot about how they're basically just calculating what the pot odds are versus their implied expectation of winning a hand, right? So I'm constantly trying to kind of do that self-evaluation for myself with my trading decisions, right? Okay, what's my probability that I make money on this trade? What's my probable outcome if I make money on this trade? What's my probable outcome if I lose, right? How much do I lose if I'm wrong? And then I can kind of work backwards to thinking, hey, do I have a positive expectation of being profitable here, right? Is the math telling me if I take this trade 100 times, 10 times, 1,000 times, that I'm going to end up making money? And yeah, maybe I made 50 cents a share here. I maybe could have gotten that, maybe even $1. But it's not perfect, so no compromises, right? Compromises do not pay you. And if a trade is strong, it's going to give us multiple points of entry. We don't have to chase the first one. Tesla seems to be the most obvious move here to the downside, so continuing to watch this with some enthusiasm. All right, it's looking good. We're going to be probably biggest volume bar of the day again, right? So 5 min, 10 min, both telling us that same kind of idea, right? At the upper end of the Bollinger Band, right? So again, we're being told relative strength here to the downside, right? Double inside bar fake out. Here is the setup, right? So back-to-back inside bars, rejecting inside yesterday's high volume range, right? Or Friday's high volume range. So now can we get the right pullback to justify taking this trade, right? Huh. Compromises never pay, Jay. They never pay. And what happens, right, when I cheat my rules once, it makes it easier for me to cheat them again. And then it's that second time, that third time, that fifth time, right, that costs me my account. So it sucks to follow your rules. The worst sometimes. But they're there designed for a reason. And so if I deviate away from them, right, I go from being a trader to being a gambler. Yeah, I start to compound bad decisions. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Remember, right? Price action is designed to trick me into making a quick decision, right? Into making a rush decision. It's trying to make it feel like it's going to run all the way down, right? It's trying to make it feel like it's going to sell off to 185.50. Trying to trick you into rushing in, right? Can't allow it to do that. You got to really be disciplined and patient and stick to your guns. So stop loss would be 190 here. I got everything set up, so I'm ready to go. See if I can get pulled back into my range, right? And then I'm interested, but I need to see the pullback. If I don't get it, I don't get it, right? And let's just zoom out for a second on what the old spider's doing for us here today. This isn't super trending price action, right? This isn't a huge indication of relative strength. So we haven't missed out on anything, right? We've been indecisive price action here so far this morning. A baby range inside yesterday's doji. So please don't feel like you got to force something here just for the sake of trading because you haven't had any action here this morning, right? That's not a profitable decision. No, I don't think that most people can't do it. They just choose not to do it, Jay. I think that's the difference. Right? Most people trade on feel, not on rules. Right? Oh, this feels like this is my setup. This feels like this is going to go my way. This feels like my stop loss will reverse. And they're relying on a gut that they haven't trained. Again, right? Nothing changes here. 15 min. All right, wait for confirmation. We still have our same setup signal. All the same profit targets. Nothing changed, but we need to see everything to kind of cooperate for us perfectly, right? No mixed signals, no compromises. Right? Sometimes profitable trading is just avoiding your most obvious red days. Right? Sometimes that's the game. Yeah, I mean, I definitely would have made money on chasing this, right? Absolutely. But then tomorrow, right, when I try to trade that exact same way, I've rewarded a bad process, right? So now my muscle memory defaults into chasing an entry. It defaults into chasing a stop loss that's $2 away for reward that's, maybe not achievable. And all of a sudden, right, those mistakes compound and degrade the quality of my edge over hundreds of trades, right? And so when the quality of my edge gets degraded to such an extent, I no longer have an expectation of being profitable. Still in play here, but we need to get a big pullback. Right, Tesla moves fast, so it can happen. So still watching for an entry here, right? But I need it to pull back into that like 189 area. So like a buck away still. It's really tempting to chase, guys, right? Absolutely. I can feel that urge myself all the time. But every time I watch back my trades and I see a rushed entry, a rushed setup, a rushed whatever, those are always the plays I lose money on. Always, always, always. Yeah, we're not missing anything on Tesla here yet, right? This isn't flushed all the way to our profit target. We can't chase, right? We can't chase. Just because you think it's going to go doesn't mean it's going to go. No, that's really frustrating. All right, but you maybe made 17 cents there if you chased that low of day move, right? Not enough to justify $2 of risk. Not profitable decision making, right? And AMD's getting interesting. Little bounce, high ball bounce, bottom of the day's range. I want to see this close above 90 bucks though. Okay, Tesla increasing 5-min vol. Maybe you could do this. An entry zone there, pretty tight stop loss. Be like 188. See the reaction inside the zone, right? Basically how it defends that 187.50 area. So still not the tennis ball bounce here, right? Still not the tennis ball bounce. Being patient. Nvidia breaking out. It's not on volume yet, though. I'm watching this. I think it's a spot where everything's kind of coming up to resistance again, right? And we've rejected inside these areas a bunch. This feels like a spot where we can look to finally fade. Yeah, I'm still interested in this Tesla here. Stop loss, we'll call it 188.25. Okay, a little inside bar, right? Nothing's changed yet. I'm going to be as patient as I possibly can be here. Okay, a little inside bar, right? So still interested in this, right? Absolutely interested in this. And this is getting brutal here. 2 cents away, like, oh man. Don't want it faking out under that 186.90, right? This is the spot it can't go under before it pulls back. Fuck's sake. Like I just told it what to do. It's trying to pull me into a decision, right? It's trying to trick me into doing something I don't want to do, right? Can't be that trader. I gotta follow my rules, no matter how difficult it might feel in the moment. Those are what's designed to keep me profitable, right? Chasing will not make me profitable. Will not. Ugh. Doesn't mean it's easy, guys. Doesn't mean it's easy, right? Oh, weird day. Chop till you drop. That's what it feels like this morning. So hour in, right? Big rejection to Doji, kind of indecisive. Microsoft, decent size rejection. AMD, indecisive. Nvidia, indecisive. Meta, indecisive. Amazon, indecisive. So this chop until proven otherwise, right? It kind of feels like we're still waiting for that proven otherwise. Okay, Tesla going to reset up here. Now your stop loss is right. This kind of breakdown candle high. Work your way backwards, right? Profit target still that 185.50. Okay, from there, you're risking 50 cents to make $1.50, right? That's okay. You do something like that, probably. Risking 65 cents to make $1.50. This is interesting. Again, right? Want to see the reaction inside this zone. How does price react? All right, how does price react at 187? Stop loss 187.60. Needs to pull back though into my range, right? Needs to pull back into my range. Spent all morning here not compromising. I'm not going to start now. Okay, watching closely here, right? Watching closely. How do we react to 187, right? That's kind of what I care about here. Okay, 15 cents away. Let's see. God damn, this market's making me work today. Yeah, you can watch. You just go back. Pre-market prep started about 8:50. But yeah, I do all my pre-market prep live for all my members day in, day out. Map out all these levels, make out all these plans. That starts about 8:50 Eastern. If you just go back, timestamps, this video should be live and will be saved to my YouTube. So you just go watch back from there. Okay, a few cents here, right? Start watching this reaction. Oh, my pleasure. My pleasure. All right, my best case scenario entry here is basically a overreaction flush inside, and I can fade that overreaction. Oh, you're kidding me. I'm torturing myself here today, though. That's what it feels like. This is just pure torture. Oh. And rules suck. Hope you guys agree. They suck. I know. It doesn't. It's not doing anything else though. It's just touch and come back 30 cents. Touch and come back 30 cents. Ugh. Even then, it's a little bit scary. Yeah, I feel like I'm getting punched in the gut repeatedly here. Like every compromise I could have taken here today would have paid me out. Quite frustrating. Video rejecting on volume. Real bear narrative though. Okay, if Tesla can break through low of day on some volume, that gets interesting. Maybe on the 10 min here, it can go increasing. Close. We have that shelf 184, like 183. Feels a bit, price action feels a bit tortured today. Hey, there's low, new low a day. Man. It's been the most profitable broken rule of all time. Sounds good, Jay. We'll see you tomorrow. give you increasing volume here. Now target becomes 184. Stop loss 187. All right. Entry needs to be like there-ish. Yeah, and 1-to-1 risk reward, right? Just not good enough. I'm gonna watch this Tesla again if I can get a chance here. Feels like the best, right? The rejection volume on that is just still the most impressive. Okay, we'll watch AMD here for a breakdown under 89. Getting tested today. Oh man, my God. Okay, right, re-triggered here. AMD if it can get me on volume. All right, so we're invalidating that, you know, high volume bullish action. So we've got setups again on the 5. Oh, are we gonna get paid out for our patience here? Hopefully. Yeah, I'm gonna focus on Tesla short term still. All right, best 5-min profile. So stop loss will now be here-ish, right? 185.77. Profit target still that 184 zone. So we need to get an appropriate pullback here. And we can kind of guesstimate. Okay, at that point, right, you're making $1, but you're risking 60 cents. Maybe want a little bit more. 50 cents for $1.30, much better, right? Stop loss 185.80. See how this closes. Want it to look like candle 1, 2, or 3. Preferably close under 185, right? Okay. Now I need to see a decent enough pullback here, right? Now I need to see a decent enough pullback. Crying out for one all morning. Okay, watch the reaction inside this zone. AMD didn't close under. So same thing, right? Once we get to that 185.30 area, right, I'm going to be looking just to see what the reaction is inside that area. I want to see an overreaction flush inside, and then basically a tennis ball bounce back, right? So I'm kind of expecting resistance to step in, you know, at previous low of day, essentially. That's where I want to see, or that would be like the ideal perfect entry. Okay, so we're getting that potential overreaction flush inside. Now we want to see bear step in and defend, right? Few pennies. Be patient, right? We've waited all morning, so we can wait out another 15 seconds. Oh. Okay, let's see, right? Watching here. Kind of the area. We're close. Waiting for one last little push higher. Yeah, stop loss to be 185.80. Still waiting, right? Still waiting for it to be absolutely perfect. Not yet. Wasn't the tennis ball bounce back, right? Wasn't the tennis ball bounce back. Wait a sec. All right, this is just what's slowing me down here just a little bit, right? Yeah. Very tight stop loss. No need to be crazy here. All right, guys, I'm in. Average price 185.37. 185.37. Oh, I don't know if I did. I don't know if I like this. Okay, let's see if this can give me some immediate separation here. Yeah, I don't know if I like this. Got a little bit FOMO with my entry. A little bit. I kind of jumped the gun, maybe. I'm 11. Ah, should have been my entry here. That's what I'm self complaining about here a little bit. Seems like there's a trend here recently. These Monday trades that we seem to take are the slowest movers. Should have done just a little bit better with my entry price. Should have been like 185.60 instead of, you know, in the 185.30s. I didn't give myself that much margin for error here. A little bit early, right? Just all that waiting, wanting this entry, I think tricked me a little bit into rushing it, just a little bit. Down 10 cents, not the end of the world here, but would like to see cooperation ASAP. Right, indexes seem to be helping, but let's get some separation. Stop loss is pretty tight. Don't do it, Tesla. Don't do it. Pretty weak volume, right? So not exactly strong bulls here, but I'm gonna see it start to go in my favor here. Okay, 5 cents from entry price, 3 cents from entry price. Let's see if it can go. Okay, trying to get a little bit of separation here, right? Trying to get a little bit of separation. See how this thing reacts to 185. So yeah, maybe 15, 20 cents early on my entry price. Okay with the thesis. Well, let's see if this thing can flush here, right? Give me that separation. Teasing me here. Teasing. I like how indexes are moving, but I don't like how Tesla's moving. All right, they're kind of like telling me different stories. It doesn't feel great. Come down. Ah, stopped out. Man, fuck me. Man, so cruel. Stopped out by what? 10 cents. No, I mean, I'm always going to be as transparent as I possibly can be with you guys. Frustrating that it didn't work out. I'm still kind of think the thesis is in play. But very, very choppy market, so that's kind of making it very difficult for me to get. Look at this range on the SPY, right? Like, that's disgusting. So I'm a little bit at the mercy here. Man, that is such a, that's the lowest volume bar of the day, and that's what we reverse on. Ugh. Right here, it's gonna go, of course. Oh, that's so cruel. There it goes. Lost 185. Oh, that's so mean. Oh. You can't cry, you gotta laugh, right? Damn, 10 cents. That's so cruel. Kind of nice to see, but it's also kind of painful to see. All right, that's, I mean, that Tesla trade, right, is a really good example of why your execution timing is so important. Right? Waited all morning for that trade to set up and got a little bit, call it antsy, right? Wanting to pull the trigger. And that antsiness, you know, jumped me in 15 cents early, 20 cents early, just a little bit more. That's the buffer I needed for my stop loss, right? So very cruel. Would have been a nice win here. But something to focus on, right? So now in my trading journal, I know what I need to mark down, right? I need to, okay, treat each setup independently, right? Don't allow the time to influence your decision-making process, right? Slow down your entries. Be more deliberate in how you're picking it. Don't enter on a feeling, right? You start to put down those kind of notes, and all of a sudden, right, tomorrow I know, okay, I need to focus on X. I need to focus on Y. I need to focus on Z. And I can focus on those little like details and those little variables instead of focusing on my P&L. And then the more kind of obsessive I become over those processes, right, the more my P&L will actually improve, right? If I'm, you know, 20 seconds later on my entry, if I'm being more deliberate in how I'm choosing my entry price, all of a sudden, right, I'm sitting on a nice green day here instead of a nice red day. It's not a big red day. It was a pretty tight stop loss. But that entry felt wrong right away, right? Felt wrong right away. So I know what I need to fix. I know what I need to change for the next entry. And on to the next one, right? Yeah, I don't think I'm going to do anything else here this morning, right? We've been in Chop City here across the board. I took my stab a little bit, got a little bit chopped out, I think, before I could have made some decent coin on it. Frustrating for sure, but I'm not going to beat myself up over that too much. Markets aren't moving, right? We're not getting anything close to range. So no point for me forcing anything. Took a, 50-cent loss, give or take, right? A share loss. A little bit over $600 on the account. On to the next one. So yeah, guys, nothing for me to do here rest of this morning. I'm gonna go make myself some food and yeah, go do some exercise with the dog and stuff like that, but real baby range. So until that gets resolved, I can't imagine I'm gonna get any follow through. Pain in the ass trade, I would say, on this Tesla. All right, 10 cents away from it being pretty much perfect. Maybe I should have been a little bit more diligent with my entry. So that's you know, the entry felt wrong right away. So yeah, learn from that, I guess. And yeah, be back for around that 1:30 time frame, and we'll see if something sets up then. But no real reason for me to rush or overtrade anything here this afternoon. All right, so back from lunch here, everybody. Hope you all had a nice little break. Seem to continue to be stuck in doji mode here pretty much across the board, right? So indexes, I mean, this is a crazy tight range on the old spider. We're not breaking out of this consolidation here yet today, coiling again. A little bit, I think, unlucky with that Tesla trade. Honestly, 10 cents. We would have caught a pretty big move down. So a little bit annoyed with that, to be very honest. But yeah, nothing to really do in the short term. Need to see that 30-minute vol step back in, right? Not been the biggest volume pace so far today. So unless that volume steps in, there's not going to be anything for me to do. We'll stick around and watch for a little bit. But if it isn't, like, if it's just not going to show up, or we're just going to look like we're in doji mode, won't sit around and watch forever. But yeah, if you have any questions, anything you want to go over, obviously fire them away in the chat. We'll see if something sets up here. But yeah, no real expectation that that's going to be the case here this afternoon. So we need to see a big close and hold on this MA cross higher, right, on increasing outlier volume. Not quite getting that yet. Sorry, my air conditioning just arrived, so I'm a little bit out of breath trying to lug it up the stairs. But yeah, not seeing that volume confirmation here of this MA cross. Yeah, so I'd be happy to talk you through. I ended up getting stopped out on it by about 10 cents before it ended up breaking down. But really high volume reversal here, right? It was actually highest volume on the 5 min, right? So highest volume bar of the day. Just looking to see if I can get a pullback after that happened. And then we got a, high vol breakdown essentially through low of day. So break, close, and hold under low of day on increasing outlier volume. And then just look to play a pullback within that range. Stop loss ended up being, it was like 185.88 or something like that. Yeah, 185.80. So it's just a few cents off. I needed like a probably 186 stop loss would have been perfect. But I ended up being a little bit. Yeah, I'm a little bit annoyed about that trade to be all things considered. But high volume reversal candle, breakdown through low of day on increasing outlier volume, right? Good candle, good pullback. I just wanted to play that sort of continuation flush, but I just didn't get the stop loss quite right. Yeah, it's a little bit. Honestly, the main issue here is I rushed my entry just a little bit with this trade, as I was waiting for this setup to give me an entry for so long, and then I kind of, yeah, I just got a little bit too excited when the entry came. So, yeah, that for me is what kind of killed it. I should have been 30 cents later on my entry, then I would have had the space for the volatility that I was looking for. I didn't quite do it right. Yeah, none of these volume bars are too impressive here yet, so hard to put too much stock into any of these moves for now. So still waiting for a bit more volume to step in on any breakdown. So still not much changing, right? Waiting for that 30-minute ball to step back in, another 25 minutes or so until that happens. Want to see it go back above outlier, right? So increasing volume's not going to be enough. I need to see enthusiasm essentially step in. It doesn't really look like that's the case here across the board, right? A lot of inside bars, not leading names, not a ton of movement. So I think this is going to be a pretty quiet afternoon. Sounds good, Jason. We'll talk soon. Hey, nice that you yeah, nice that you agreed. That's awesome. In the challenge account or in the demo? Nice, nice. That's fantastic. Yeah, enjoy the rest of your afternoon. Hopefully, it's nice and dry where you're at, and I'm sure we'll see you soon. Just a doji still, right? I don't think there's anything too exciting, even though we're getting a little bit of an MA cross, but this isn't doesn't feel like it's coming really after a trend here yet. I do have a one-on-one call here at 3. So I will be jumping in on that relatively soon, but doesn't seem like I'm going to get the volume standard that I'm looking for anyway. So probably not going to be taking any trades here this afternoon. Took the one hit, that's it. And we'll see if something else wants to come together. But for now, happy to just be chilling. We'll see if we can get some volume and hopefully maybe a bit of range tomorrow, right? We've been in a pretty ridiculously tight inside bar here today. So not too much going on for me until we can kind of resolve that sort of price action. Same deal like always, right? If you have any questions, hit me up outside of market hours and I'll get back to you as soon as I can. But still going to stick around for a few minutes here and then we'll kill the stream right before that one-on-one starts. All right, guys. So I'm gonna kill the stream here. Gonna jump into these one-on-ones and do all those for this afternoon. So hope you all had a fantastic rest of the day. Back at it again here tomorrow, 8:50 for that next pre-market prep. And yeah, same deal like always. If you have any questions, hit me up and I'll get back to you as soon as I can. Otherwise, yeah, we'll see you guys all in the morning. Peace.